Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Welcome, Jabberwocky. Glad to hear your dentist appointment went well. It's always good to get stuff like that over with. I used to have a dentist I really liked, and then unfortunately he retired. I guess I don't really have an opinion on my new dentist yet. Seems all right, but I feel like my old dentist was like especially reassuring, which was really nice. And just a friendly guy. Valis, great to see you as well. Hope y'all are both doing well. It's 6-7. Thank you so much for that resub. 27 months. Oh my gosh. Which will happen more frequently. Deciding to re-investigate every person on Maupiti Island or starting over on the box art painting. I mean, I think we're already well ahead in Maupiti Island, and I think it'll remain that way. My plan for the painting is we're gonna start over and I think do it slightly larger today. I have some, so I think we got everything I wanted to get out of this initial painting. Here's what it looks like. Mostly, I just wanted to see what these colors would look like, and also, like, there were a few things here I wasn't really sure about the colors of. And I just kind of ended up using a lot of purple tones on things, and I really like how it looks. So I think I'm settled on this basic color scheme. So I want to start over. One thing I kind of wanted to do on this one, but wasn't really sure how to do, was to have kind of a color wash underneath everything that was like a single color. And this helped me decide that I want to do that with like a light purple, since we have a lot of that. And then I kind of want to build up layers more. Like the way I painted this, I just kind of did everything very separate. So I think what I'll do is I'll do the purple wash, and then I'll probably do the sky in a darker purple, and also like I might end up putting some purple underneath like the trees in the background, because I kind of want those to fade into the sky. And then I'll do the ground layer, and then I'll do the objects that are more in the foreground, and hopefully we can get rid of some of these like white gaps here. And also just kind of get more comfortable with painting. That's honestly the biggest goal. Let's see, Crush. Hello. The new guys finally redid the office, so everything is shiny. Yeah, it's all very different. The office now has a very like I would describe it as a hip and formal vibe. Compared to like the slightly dated and more casual vibe it used to have, which may also contribute to my feelings towards the new dentist, I guess. 6-7 says it's a great shirt of one of the EcoQuest interaction icons. It's actually Diesel Sweetie's shirt. It says play old video games on it. And I think it stopped fitting very well. It fits a little better now, but it's still kind of snug. But it fit especially poorly, I think, when I decided to make it a painting shirt. So it's got a little paint on it. Go Dappy, hello, good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. I've never actually played EcoQuest. Kind of curious about it, but I don't really know that much about it, I guess. That's sad. I thought you got paint on that shirt, but then I realized that's probably why you put it on today. Yes, exactly. Jabberwocky, thank you so much for the cheer. 500 bits. Appreciate your support very much. Thank you, thank you. Play old video games like EcoQuest. Exactly. Val says play EcoQuest. Okay, noted. I'm putting that in my notes. Literally noted. Okay, speaking of notes, just a couple things I wanted to mention. Continuing to playtest the game. Got some great feedback from a couple of folks, especially Eden Waith. Gave me a bunch of great notes. At this point, I'm trying to resist the urge to make too many changes to the game, just because, like, at some point it's got to be done. So I'm being a little choosier on how to deal with feedback. Like some of it was great feedback and appreciated, and I would kind of like to do it, but on the other hand, like I feel like it's not essential. So I think I'm just gonna not worry about some of it. Other stuff was mostly kind of feedback on the way World Builder works. Like it's very different from, you know, other point and click and text parser games. It's also got some specific things around quirks of like save files. So like there's a lot of that stuff I'm addressing by improving the help screens. I actually had to add a third one just to go over some details of saving. In particular, it's a little weird because you have to close your current game before you can restore a different save file. It's also got so you can save as to create a new save file, but if you just choose save, it'll overwrite your current save file without asking you for, you know, a new name, which in our game I think is fine. You know, there's not any soft locks or anything like that, at least not on purpose. But certainly a good thing to be aware of. So that's pretty much a good summary of that. I also wanted to mention I watched another YouTube video on painting with acrylics. I think this is the actual video I watched here. It was just like top 10 acrylic painting tips for beginners, most of which I was already familiar with and following reasonably well anyway. But there were a couple of things that were especially helpful, and I'll talk about in a minute here. I also wanted to share a link to, just because I found it helpful. This Draw Paint Academy website has a supplies page that has kind of been my main source of like figuring out what I need. I ended up not really getting any specific recommendations that they had, but it was still helpful in figuring out the various things I needed, like palette knives and variety of brushes and all that stuff. I did get the Stay Wet palette that they suggested, actually. That was the one thing. And I'm curious how well my paints have stayed wet. We'll find out. I haven't peeked. So yeah, that's pretty much it, aside from talking about the things I'm going to do differently today. So like I said, I'm going to do a wash underneath everything. So that's going to be, I think, the biggest thing. I also picked up some gesso. The canvases I got already have some amount of gesso applied, at least now that I think about it. It occurred to me, I got some heavier boards that are gesso primed. I think the canvases are too, but I don't know where the sheet that would confirm that is. But anyways, one of the things that came up in that video I linked to is even if you get a canvas that already has gesso on it, especially if it's like a cheaper canvas, which these definitely are, it might not have enough. And if you put more on it, you can basically get rid of a lot of this canvas texture, which is definitely a thing I wanted to do. And you'll also, it'll help the painting last longer. For these samples, I'm not really worried about that, but it is good to know for the final painting. Also, another thing you can do is put down a layer of gesso and then sand it, and do like, you know, a few layers if you want, to get a smoother painting surface, which I am interested in trying at least. So I think I'll probably do that for next week. I just got the gesso yesterday and I realized it needed 24 hours to dry, so we won't be using that today. But I did want to mention it. I also got some transparent mixing white. That'll mainly be used for the wash underneath to give us that purple base tone. I also have 2 jars of water today. I while I was painting last week, I was like, should I be adding a little water to the paints? It felt like maybe that would help, but I wasn't sure if that was a thing you were supposed to do. Also, I had seen a comment online that if you add too much water to your acrylic paints, it can be bad. Basically, it can do a number of things, and like also just kind of result in over time the paint kind of peeling up because it's not adhering as well. And I was aware that you could get like different mediums to mix with your paints to like thin them out and things like that. But one of the things talked about in that Studio Wildlife video I linked to was that is actually a myth that putting in too much water will result in it not lasting as long. He specifically pointed out that someone tested this to see if there was any truth to it and found that there was not. So that helped me feel better, and not going to worry about that so much. So I'll be adding a bunch of water to do the wash because we want that to be pretty transparent because it'll be going over all my lines. And I want to be able to see those as I paint the rest of it. And then also I'll probably mix in just a small amount of water when I'm mixing together my other paints. And I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to go over. Live wetness updates. What is up with the broccoli here? Oh, that's a tree. This is the hair. This is the head and hair, which we all painted one base color. But then I just decided we're pretty much done with this painting. I never got around to like putting any shadows or details on her face. But I think we're done with this. Like I said, I got what I wanted out of it, and we're just gonna move on and do a different one. Excuse me. So we're gonna do a whole smaller board this time. You could prep a board for next time. Yeah, I did think about that, doing that on stream, but then I was like, yeah, it's not going to be that interesting, and it'll take time out of actual painting, and I would like to get further along if I can, so I think we'll skip it. A lot of acrylic paints are literally water-based anyway, now that I think of it, as opposed to oil or alcohol-based. Right. So like last time, if anyone missed last time, I'm going over this. Oh, got charcoal over my desk. Not a big deal, just don't want to make a mess. I'm putting charcoal over the back of this. This is a printout of the sketch I did previously. So then I can draw over the lines and transfer it to the canvas underneath. Also, a thing I just realized that I think I might have done in the past with this kind of process is to just kind of go over this with like a tissue to both get rid of the excess and kind of spread it around more. We'll see how this works. Because I did get a lot of smudging last time, and this, I'm hoping this will help with that, but still, you know, give me the lines I actually want. Okay. That's a huge mess. I'm going to go wash my hands now so I don't get charcoal over everything. I'll be back in just a minute. Val said, I'm learning so much about art. Good. Me too. Okay. Oh, you know what? I should have cut this down. Let me grab some scissors. This is just so I can keep it in place better. It would have been easier to do this before it had charcoal all over it. That's good. I'm going to leave one side so I have something to grab onto that doesn't have charcoal all over the back, or it doesn't have as much. Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh no, my pencils are way over there. I have one in here. No, I don't. Paper looks like your air filter. Oh no. Might be time to replace it. Okay. Looks fine. Am I watching this in 1.25 speed? I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's a thing you could do on Twitch. Also, you would eventually catch up to real time. Okay, looks decent. I do kind of wish I had a projector. Like another way to do this, instead of the charcoal, is you project your drawing onto the canvas and then you can just draw over the projection. Which just kind of gives you a little more control over the lines you're making. Since you're drawing directly on the canvas. But I guess ultimately I shouldn't worry about it too much because in the end I gotta paint it. So I just gotta learn to paint everything as well as I am able to draw it with pencil. Very speedy. Thank you. I'm excited to get to painting, so just trying to get the less interesting parts done as quick as I can here. I think, assuming I'm ready to start painting attempt number 3 next week, I think I will probably do a little bit of it off stream. Okay, I think that's good. I think we got all the important lines in there. I skipped some unimportant ones, but I think we got all the necessary stuff. So next week, or whenever I start on the 3rd version of this, I will at least do the gesso, and then I think I'll probably do the wash underneath beforehand as well. I'm gonna go wash my hands again. They're a little messy. So with the wash, I'm worried that, acrylics dry pretty quickly when you don't have water in them, but I'm worried that since we'll be putting a bunch of water in this, it'll take a little longer to dry. But hopefully it won't be too bad. All right, before we get started, let's see how our paints are doing here. Okay, looks pretty good. They look pretty wet to me still, which is as expected. So I'm going to try to recreate something that's about this light purple color with, let's see, shoot, What was the purple I used? Hmm. How did we make that purple? I think... so instead of the titanium white we used before, we're going to use this transparent mixing white. And we'll use some water. I think there was a... Did we use this dioxazine purple? Does anyone remember? I was looking through all these to remind myself. Hopefully when I see it, I'll be like, ah, yes, that's what we did. I don't think I made my own purple. You know, if we mixed some blue and red, we could make our own purple. Yeah, I feel like we must use the dioxazine purple. No, these are acrylic paints. Okay, so let's open this up and see what it looks like. I think that's probably what I used. If it seems like it's not, then we'll just make it work. That's the only actual purple I have, and like I said, I don't remember making my own. Check the VOD. Okay, so I got a little plate here. Since we're going to be putting a bunch of water in here, I wanted to have something that's got a bit of a lip on it and will contain everything. Set that aside. Oh, right. I also got some fresh palette knives. This shape in particular I wanted just because it seemed like a good shape for mixing paints. This just felt a little too pointy, even though it's got a rounded edge. And then I also thought it would be nice just to have two of them, just so I can scrape one off with the other, stuff like that. I didn't really want a whole set of 5, but this is the only way I could get one that's especially rounded like this, and it just seemed like that rounded one was the thing that would work best for me. Oh no, why would they do that? It's like very tightly, there we go. I haven't figured out the best way to get water onto the dish. I don't want to just dump it in, so I think probably I'm going to use the biggest brush I have. On Secret Crotch, do you have a brush that's bigger than this that might work well for doing this wash over the entire board? Like, this'll work, but I feel like something a little bit bigger might be better. Hopefully she's listening. I think I'll go ask her. She might be occupied or something. Okay, 1 minute, please. Okay, I'm not sure if y'all could hear any of that, but we didn't find a bigger brush. Well, there was one that was extremely huge. It was like that big. And very fluffy. It was a little more on the extreme end than what I was looking for. So I'll just make do with this, the biggest of the bunch here. I will probably want to get a little bit larger brush, especially the final painting is, I'm planning on going even bigger than this. So. Okay. So we got our transparent mixing white, our dioxazine purple. I guess I'll put some of this mixing white down first. Okay. It looks pretty opaque, but I believe them. So I had to decipher these symbols a little bit. I guess they figure if you're buying professional paints, you already know what these things mean. There's this little square here, and if it's empty like this, that means it's transparent. There was like a half, like diagonal, half black, half white square that meant translucent, and then if it's fully black, that meant opaque. Okay, let's get a little water in here. Oh, why am I mixing with my paintbrush? I guess I wanted that to get some water on. This might not work as well as I hoped. We'll figure it out eventually. Get a little purple in here. Oh, don't want that. Nope, no paint crunchies, please. Okay, hopefully that's not too much. It's a little bit bigger blob than I was going for, but I guess we can always add more white. This is definitely too dark now. Let's see. Let's see if I regret this. I do have paper towels nearby. I'm just gonna try to pour a tiny bit on here. There we go. Okay, that went all right. Okay, there's probably as much water as we want. Okay, I think we're getting there. It's just a little too dark. Why is that globbing up on me? Okay, I think it's still a bit dark. It's not coming out. There we go. I found it very hard to know exactly how much paint I would need. Like, this was... like, I think they had bigger tubes than this. And probably also some smaller ones. But I think I think a tube that size is gonna last you a decent amount of time, unless you're really, you know, painting something huge or putting a lot of paint on. Okay, we're getting closer. I still think this is a... Oh no, now I've done it. There's paint everywhere. I still think this is a little too dark for what I want. Mistake. It might also still be too opaque. I'm worried it's gonna cover up my lines. Hello, Goemon-sama. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. So let's get a little more white, and then I think a little more water. And hopefully that'll get me to what we're after. And then at that point, I think I'll test a little bit. I could maybe draw a line in the corner, and then go over it and see what happens. Although I guess ultimately, yeah, I don't know what I'll do if it's still too opaque. I mean, I guess we could add more water still, perhaps, but I don't want it to get too watery, because then it'll just not go on right. Oh, that's more than I meant. This part is very, very much a learning process. Okay, I feel like it's starting to, like, you know, you can see as I'm brushing it around on the plate, you know, you can see the plate pattern underneath it. So, you know, as long as I put a thin layer down, I think we should still see the drawing underneath. Just try to mix in these blobs here a little better, and then we'll give it a shot. It's maybe a tiny bit more watery than I would like, but I mean, worst case scenario, I've got another canvas, so we can always start over if I make a mess of things. I don't think this is going to be, like, so watery that things are ruined, but I am worried it might take a while to dry. Okay. Let's, like I said, just do a little test here. I'll draw a little star. Very poorly. And we'll go over that and see. Oh, okay, yeah. I think we'll be fine. That's great. Can still see it fine. Let's see. I'm also going to try to, like, be more intentional about my brush strokes this time. I just kind of... Yeah, I was focused more on filling in areas than thinking about, you know, what I wanted the brush strokes to look like. For this wash, I think I'm just going to do horizontal lines over everything. Like most of this is going to get covered up, but like for the sky in particular, having some kind of horizontal lines like this might be kind of the effect I want. So this is probably way more purple paint than I need, unfortunately. And it's all on this plate instead of the Stay Wet palette, but what you gonna do, I guess. I could maybe like... I could maybe wrap it in saran wrap, and then like tomorrow I could start on another board and get that ready for next time. That's not a bad thought. This definitely feels a little bit too wet, but... I guess I'd rather have it too wet than too opaque, so we end up losing the lines, and then I have no idea what I'm trying to paint. Gotta say, like, I found painting enjoyable. Like, I've barely done any so far, but like, yeah, it's been kind of fun. Be curious to see if I end up finding excuses to do more of it. I'm super making a mess. I probably should have put something down. Last week I hardly got anything on the table. I think I maybe got one tiny bit in one spot. But, you know, I was doing a painting that was not the full canvas, so I wasn't getting right up to the edges. And also the mixing I did was not nearly so messy. Okay. So I think that's a pretty good, like, it's maybe a tiny bit darker than I originally intended, but that's not a problem. Honestly, it might be a better base than what I was imagining. Like the nice thing about this is, you know, it'll hopefully, you know, help kind of unify everything to give everything the same tone underneath it all. And then you know, I don't always have to darken, like certain areas, you know, I can make lighter, and other areas I can make darker, and just like that feels like a more natural process to me. I'm just trying to kind of even things out. Obviously, you know, you can still see a lot of brush strokes here, but to some degree that's totally fine. I think that looks pretty good. It's definitely going to need a little bit to dry before I start going over it. But I could feel it getting a little bit tackier. In fact, I think I should probably stop fussing with it, because I just start making a mess of things at this point. Do I need a damp paper towel? Yeah, I think that would be good. I've got a roll of paper towel in here, or you can grab a fresh one. Let's see. I think actually I'm going to take a short break, just a few minutes. I want to, like I said, put a piece of saran wrap over this plate to try to keep it fresh until tomorrow, and then clean up the desk here. But I'll be back in like, I don't know, a few minutes. Okay. Hello, Puzzle. Good to see you. We're just getting started here. I would say it's going great so far. So I started a slightly bigger one. just for comparison, here's what we did last time. So I'm just using the whole canvas this time. Originally, I was like, I could do a couple, smaller test paintings on a single canvas, but I like the color palette, so I don't need to do that anymore. So now I'm just kind of trying out some different techniques here, basically. Just kind of looking at what's happening to this paint. I want to give it a little bit more time to dry. Okay, yeah, it feels pretty dry, but there's some spots where I can tell it's a little wet, so I just want to make sure that's as dry as it needs to be, so I'm not smudging anything around and making a mess. But like last time, I just kind of painted everything in sections, like completely separate. But I want to try to layer things up more this time. So starting with this base color that's like I want everything to have kind of this purple cast to it. So next we'll do a darker purple for the sky. I'm trying to think of... I was thinking about putting a darker purple under the tree and maybe even the house, but now that I'm thinking about it, I think that'd be too much. And I also don't want to lose those lines. So we'll just do the sky by itself. I don't love the way this is drying in some places here. I think that's maybe because I got it a little too wet. It's not terrible, and I think I can kind of compensate for it just by, layering more paint on top of it, but it's not ideal. Okay, I think this is pretty good now. We still got some wet edges, but... edges aren't too important, so we'll just kind of... dab that up. Okay, so... I might not need to really mix any other paint since we'll probably need a little more green. Yeah. I'm curious how this purple is doing here. Okay. Still pretty good. There's not a lot there though, so we might need more of that. Oh, I got some white that was on the edge there. Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and get more purple in there. I'm thinking like, ideally I would like to have some different tones in the sky. I'm just kind of thinking about how much I want to try to experiment with that today. Probably not too much. But a little bit. Let's get a little bit more purple on the palette here, or a lot. That's fine too. might be a little too dark. I can also, when I mix this initially, we use the opaque titanium white, but we can get some of the transparent white in here now to help me layer the sky a little more. You know, it's funny. Unsecret Crush was talking about how she generally just used a brush to mix paints. And I pointed out how, you know, if you use a palette knife, like, then you don't get your brush all gunked up like this. But it does, like, it feels a little more natural to mix things around with a paintbrush than it does a hard piece of metal. So I don't know. It's tricky. And I want to scrape this off on the edge here. I guess I can use my palette knife to scrape it off. I don't want to scrape it on the edge of the palette because, you know, that's where it closes. It'll be a mess when I close it up later. Never said it was a good painter. Sure. I'm just saying, like, I feel like you know, weren't necessarily wrong and, you know, wanting to do that. It's just, I don't know, tricky. All right, I think that's fine. We can build up some more of the sky with this. All right, I want to get a little more water in here as well. Just to help me put this on a little thinner. I guess I'm not going to worry too much about preserving the edge of the tree here. But I do want to keep the edges of everything else. Like the tree leaves, I can easily just freehand. I don't really like the line I drew for that anyway. Let's see, I'm going to need a smaller brush to do most of these edges. Man, this stuff dries fast. A little too fast, maybe. Is that the Hooker's green that went on Runny? I can't remember which green that was. But yeah, it's interesting that that green in particular, like, kind of absorbed into the paper a lot more. I'm just trying to figure out what size brush I want. I think the next size down is probably what I want. Oh, I missed a line. That's why I'm confused. I was trying to figure out where the shoulder ends. And apparently the answer is it doesn't. It goes on forever. I'm just trying to like clean up the brush strokes. This is a problem, like because the paint was drying faster than I wanted it to. I couldn't clean up the brush strokes before they set. There are different mediums you can get to like either thin the paint or keep it from drying quite as quickly. So that's maybe a thing to consider, especially for big areas like the sky where I want it to. Like I want a large area where you can, you know, see some of the brush strokes, because like I kind of want to like, I don't know, I can't really think of how to describe what I'm picturing, I guess, but like, you know, I want the brush strokes to be the most visible in the sky, just to kind of create an interesting effect. It's not too bad though. Like I think I'm already doing better than last time. So I am kind of struggling with edges of things. I feel like the answer to my problems there is I just need to, you know, come back and clean those edges up later. But it's tricky. Probably should have. We have a wastebasket in here, but it doesn't have a bag in it or anything. So I don't want to put like stuff with wet paint on it in that. Probably should have put a bag in it or something like that. Because I feel like this has paint all over it now, and I want to get a fresh paper towel. So let me dispose of this real quick. Oh, I got more paint on the table. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, now I have a trash bag. Okay, what's next? I guess I was talking about doing the ground next. So like kind of work from back to front basically, like depth-wise. I'm just trying to decide if that still feels like the best approach. Get some of this paint off my fingers here. Okay, need another paper towel. Trying to clean off these brushes a little better. Okay, that one's not too bad. The big one is just... I guess this is another... I think the... because I mixed with the big brush, it's just the bristles are very thoroughly saturated with paint, so it's harder to get it off. So another vote for using a palette knife for mixing, I guess. It was worth experimenting. I do think for adding just like a little bit of color, using the brush for that is probably fine. Okay, so I guess my main thought with doing the ground next is, I don't know, it feels a little weird to work from like the outside into the middle. But also things are drying pretty quickly, so it's maybe not that big of a problem. Alright, I think it's fine. And I'm also just kind of thinking like, maybe I don't really want to approach this exactly how I did last time. Like, the downside of doing flat colors everywhere first is I lose a lot of my lines. Like, you know, if I paint this jacket fully green, I lose all the, you know, lines in here where, you know, there's jacket on jacket, but, you know, it's different parts of the jacket. So I either need to see where those lines are, or I need to like recreate them freehand afterwards. And, you know, especially since I don't have a lot of experience painting, like, I'd rather have that line there. I'm just kind of talking through this as I think it out. Well, I think, I mean, ultimately this is another test painting, so if I make a mistake that I regret, it doesn't matter that much. Oh yeah, that last timed message there has a couple links. So I finally have robotspacer.software in more finished form now, and there's also a placeholder page for the game. So if you follow that link, you can check out, for a while now, I've had my older games that I made way back in 1990 in HyperCard, so you can play those in the browser. I also updated those with slightly more polished up versions, just some little tweaks I did more recently. And there's a page for Transfer Point where you can look at screenshots and get a little description of the game. And then I've started, I've been uploading my archives, my past streams to YouTube. And as I do that, I've been adding them to robotspacer.tv. And I recently finally caught up to the point where we started the Transfer Point streams well over a year ago. So there's a few of those episodes at the link there to robotspacer.tv. If anyone missed that and is curious on catching up, there will be, I mean, this is what, the 45th stream. So I can't imagine anyone would want to watch all of it, but, you know, if you kind of watch a little bit here and there, you can kind of get an idea of the whole process. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna do a little bit of the jacket next, because that's what I feel like doing. And I'm just trying to decide what brush I want for that. Oh yeah, also, like, I think last week this was the smallest brush I used, and I determined that I couldn't really get fine detail with this brush, but this is like yeah, it's like a flat brush. It's just a small flat brush, whereas all these ones with the plastic caps on them are round brushes, and they come to a pretty fine point. So I think I can probably get far more detailed lines with those brushes. I just never got around to trying them. But I will do that today. So, let's see. I'm just trying to remember which... I'm pretty sure both of these greens were straight out of the tube. Like, this just happened to be pretty much the color I wanted. And then the other one was just a decent color for the trees. I feel like the hooker's green must be this jacket color. Oh yeah, and then this bluer green is the phthalo green. Phthalo? Yeah, it says blue shade, and just like you can see the color of it. Well, no, you can't because it's off camera. But it's much more blue-green. So yeah, I think those are the two we used. I just wanted to figure that out because I might need more of this. Okay, I think that's all the same. Pretty sure Hooker's Green is the more bluey one. And yet, you seem to be wrong. I keep worrying I'm getting my head in the overhead camera. I think I'm fine so far. Don't want to block what I'm doing. Hello, Hinton. Maybe put your head away until you need it. That's probably a good idea. I should honestly do that more often. Oh no! Your game crashed during a dramatic moment. That's no fun. I'm trying to kind of paint in the direction of the various lines I have here, so hopefully the brush strokes kind of can help me still see the lines underneath. I think it's working out reasonably well. Unsecret Crush has been playing 1,000 Times Resist, which looks like a really interesting game. I've been trying to not pay too close attention to it, just in case I want to play it myself at some point. Unsecret Crush says it's real good. Oh, if that's the case, I maybe already said too much about it to you. Oops. No, that's okay. That's fine. I'm not really worried about spoilers, but like, if I do end up wanting to play it myself, I'm not worried if I, have an overall understanding of what is going to happen in the game, but like if a lot of it is new to me, it'll be more enjoyable than, being constantly like, oh, this is dialogue I've seen before. Okay. What else is green? What else is this green? Is the big question. Huh. Did it? Did I not use that other green? This sure looks like I used the same green for all the green stuff. Huh. Yeah, I think the darker, like I was like, did I use it for her pants? But no, I think I used this gray. Like, I think the gray is what I used for all the shadows. So I guess I just put some of that green down and didn't use it, as far as I can tell. I do think Like, I want a cooler green for the stuff in the background. So I think I'll try that for the bushes and tree this time. Does the color disagreeing with you? No, the color's fine. Let's see, I missed some chat here. Quick makeup lies to camouflage the truth. The main character's sidekick is made of chocolate. Oh, I didn't know that. Also just realized the Sunset Visitor Studio logo is possibly an explicit Millennium Actress reference. Interesting. Lady in a space helmet looking off into the distance. Got it. That is an unfamiliar attitude towards spoilers coming from you. I know. I've tried to be more relaxed about... So, for context for everyone else, I don't like spoilers of any sort for something that I know I am interested in. I will say I maybe find this to be more of a problem with movies. Because if there's spoilers floating around in my head, they just, like, my brain is like constantly thinking about, oh, when's this thing gonna happen while I'm watching the movie? And that's really annoying. And it makes it harder to just enjoy the movie and be absorbed in the, you know, story and everything. So, like, I don't want to care about spoilers as much as I do, but I am generally better able to fully enjoy a movie if I don't know anything about it. Games are a little bit different, I think, because, like, you know, there's more to, like, you know, keep my mind occupied. I don't know. It's kind of... I've never really thought about this so much, but I still don't like... excuse me. I still don't like knowing a lot about the story of something I know I want to play. But I've tried to be more relaxed about things that I'm not sure that I'm interested in. I think actually watching people play games on Twitch has kind of helped with this, because you know, occasionally I'll watch someone play something that I didn't really have any interest in, and you know, I'll become interested in it, and you know, I don't feel like knowing what happens is necessarily going to keep me from enjoying it. It's also maybe sometimes better to, like, have something fully spoiled than just a little bit spoiled. Because, like I said, you know, if I learn that, oh, you know, some character is going to die or whatever, you know, this is just like an extremely generic example spoiler, you know, then I'm, you know, watching the movie and I'll keep wondering, you know, when's that person going to die? And, like, it's so not important, but it distracts me from, you know, being engrossed in the film. And that's no fun. So, you know, if I know exactly when that person is going to die, then it's less of a distraction. Okay, what's next? Trees. We're going to do trees next. So let's try this phthalo green. I'll never remember that. I guess I'll do the bushes first. I'm going to have to, like I said, kind of freehand the tree, but I'll figure it out. got a little outside the lines there in spots, but I think I can clean that up later. I've also like I'm slowly getting used to like how to use the brush strokes to my advantage. Like I found that just in case you couldn't see what I was doing, like I started with this tree on the right, and I didn't worry about my brush strokes going into the bush next to it. I just, when I got to that bush, I, put new brush strokes over it, and since the paint is still wet, I can get that line on the edge of the tree and make everything look more how I wanted it. Oh, I missed some sky back there, but that's okay. I'm looking over at the previous painting to try to remember roughly where I wanted this tree to be. Okay. Trying to kind of dab more on the tree to get a more like leafy texture to it. You can also kind of see here like I didn't get any dark purple under the bottom of the tree here, which I think was maybe a little bit of a mistake, but I'm sure we can address that later. It's not picking up as well on camera as it the differences in real life. Stab a little more, thank you. Okay, I think that's fine for now. I'm gonna get a little more purple in these areas I missed here. Another thing I'm realizing here is like the way I did the purple under the tree worked out great because, you know, then the brushstrokes in the sky are, you know, uninterrupted. Like I didn't have to draw a line around the edge of this tree in the purple. So like those brushstrokes just go straight across. Whereas like, you know, I want the brushstrokes to go around the edge in the tree itself. I wonder if it might, like maybe if I had done like a darker but a little bit thinner purple, it might have worked out even better. Hello, Edenwraith. Good to see you. This is acrylic. Which is definitely, I feel like, great choice for beginner painter. It's pretty easy to work with. Saw something saying oil is actually a pretty good choice for beginner painter in terms of like it's easy to work with, and I think it stays wet for longer than acrylics. So like you can you know, you can fix your mistakes more easily, but also it comes with complications because like it's you know, it's oil based and it's messier to clean up and stuff, more complicated. It's more things you got to learn, whereas this is just water based, easy to clean. Watercolor is tricky. Like, you know, it's easy to use. Like, you know, you can just paint very easily with watercolor. But like, if you know, want to have control over what you're painting, like you need to kind of get it right very quickly. Because if you know, go over it too much, you'll just kind of destroy the paper. So either you gotta, I think, be you know, less concerned about the outcome, or an experienced enough a painter to get the results you're after very quickly. Doing something like watercolor. Okay, what's next? Okay. So we've got bus stop. We did in kind of purple tones, which I feel like makes sense. Kind of purples and grays. The house. I never really decided on a color for the house, but I like the way it came out here. Like, I just kind of left that purple tone for the lighter areas, and then shadows in gray, which I think works pretty well. I might want to go a little bit darker with it, but I think the general idea of that is pretty good. I probably should have gone over the bus stop with the dark purple from the start. We'll go ahead and do that now. Actually, I'm going to use this darker gray for some of this. I do feel like a lot of the key to getting this to turn out how I want it is just making it big enough that, like, you know, I don't have to be quite as fussy to get the details how I want them. And then also just practice. Foot's falling asleep because I cannot just sit normally in a chair. Just wiggling my toes real good. Okay. I'm going to continue with this bus stop here. I never quite figured out the lighting on the bus stop. But I think I'm just going to keep all the light coming from the right side and a little bit above. I think that'll look pretty good. So I'm going to use a lighter color on the right side here. rearrange things so what I'm actually doing is more on camera here. Actually, can we zoom in for this, or is that going to be too zoomy? Oh, okay, calm down. That seems pretty good. So I'm going to get a little bit more of this purple that I used for the sky. And like I want these areas I haven't painted yet to be a more medium purple. Got a little too much water there. Not really happy with how that color looks, but that's fine. We can fix it. What's next? I think I'll... I'm going to put a little bit more of this purple on the house. Well, I got this big area that's got some amount of paint on it, but there's not really enough paint, I think, is the problem. It's just kind of all smeared around and very thin at this point. So I think I maybe either need to add more paint or stop using it. And then after saying that, he continued to use it. Okay. Well, I should finish that up. Okay. Just gotta pretend there's a big no sign in that color now. Okay, so now I need this to dry. Mostly I just wanted to darken up some of the areas that I want to be darker there. And now I think I'm going to use this gray to put more shadows and details into the house area here. Actually, maybe I want to get this tree first. I should put some brown on that tree. All right. I keep forgetting about these little gaps where the sky color is missing. Okay, now let's fix the sky color. Well, I'm gonna use the purple I said was off limits. I just need the tiniest bit of it. I think it's okay. Okay. It's over there. Okay, let's get some more gray on this house. Too much paint. Do not have enough room to work. I'm trying to think of what this little area should look like here. So that's like an open area. So I guess it should be darker behind the bush. I guess while I'm working with the gray, I'll color in her tights. And I guess put some shadows on Brisket. And I guess her t-shirt. Oh, well. Oh, I just realized, like, the more I paint, the more I'm like, yeah, I should definitely go, like, back to front, because, like, everything just works out better. If I don't, it's not really an issue, because I think I can come back later and clean up the lines, but, like, if I put the ground color in first, then I can not worry too much about having the perfect edge around things that are in front of the ground, because then when I fill in the things that are in front, I can clean up that line, and that gives me the finished look that I want much more easily than doing it the other way around. So yeah, I should maybe get in my ground color before I do too much more here. Since I started this, I'm gonna kind of finish it just a little more roughly than I was planning. Into different things here. Okay, getting there. So I guess, like, I think I had a ground color right here that I was using, and then I kind of used what was left of that to make this kind of more of a flesh tone. So I think I kind of lost what I was using for ground color, but I think it was just straight, like, probably burnt sienna or something. It's somewhere. Oop. Don't want the paint on the keyboard. Where? What? Oh, there it is. It's hiding. It's hiding behind the monitor a little bit. There we go. Burnt sienna. That's actually the only brown I have, so that was definitely the one. I kind of wanted to start earlier today, so I would just, you know, have a nice long stretch of time to paint. But I had to get up at 6:30 in the morning today, which is way too early. Also, I've been sleeping very poorly all week. I only got like 5 hours of sleep the past couple nights. So that kind of just messed up my day. I took a nap. It wasn't a very good nap, but better than nothing. And then just ran out of time in the end, so I didn't really have an opportunity to start earlier. I had to get up at 6:30 because I had to let some men climb onto the roof to look things over. I had a guy from our insurance company come out, and then a contractor that is hopefully going to repair our roof came to meet him. Hopefully that will all work out, and our roof will be in better shape soon. I hope my sleep improves also. I kind of don't know why I haven't been sleeping well. It's kind of interesting because I always have sleep problems. This isn't anything new, but usually I can like point at a thing and be like, that's why. There's a large variety of things that can keep me up too late. Usually something I'm like working on, or if I'm not actively working on something, I might be stressed out about the things I have to do, and that keeps me from, falling asleep. But I kind of like, I don't know, I've got a lot to do, but I'm not super stressed about it, and I haven't been working super late for the most part. So I think maybe I'm partially realizing that my sleep problems are, at least to some degree, not a result of those issues. It's just because my body wants to stay awake longer than is normal. And those are just things I do to occupy myself. I think that might be a little bit of it. And then I also, someone pointed out that, like, I think today is the longest day of the year. And I kind of wonder if that might be a little bit of it. Like, you know, it gets light out really early, and I think just the, like, light and sounds of, like, birds outside and, you know, various morning time noises might be part of the reason I've been waking up so early. I haven't really noticed those things when I wake up, but I could totally see that, like, those things would kind of stir me awake without realizing it. Who knows? The TLDR is I'm bad at sleeping, but sometimes I do a good job of it. What happened to the roof? Yeah, we had a tornado come through the area. It was pretty bad. We lucked out for the most part. Like, we were fine, and we didn't have a lot of property damage, but we did have a little bit. And there's no particularly significant damage to the roof, but it did come out a little worse than it started, and also it wasn't in the greatest shape to begin with. So, hello, Deavor. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm glad we did all right through that too. It's kind of scary. Like, I wasn't too freaked out by it. It all happened very quickly, and also I wasn't home at the time. But it was kind of wild to come back home and see just, like, the neighborhood was such a huge mess. It was kind of unbelievable. Just, like, many entire trees, like, completely uprooted and, like, either lying flat on the ground or, like, partially on top of a house or a fence or whatever. Lots of just, large broken branches all over the place and in the road. Like, I had to swerve around branches on the way home, like, kind of on every stretch of road, starting from, like, a particular radius around our house. Edenwaite says yesterday was a summer solstice. Yeah, I knew it was right around now. I wasn't sure what the actual day was. Thank you for clarifying. Thought it was today, but my calendar says it was yesterday. Got it. You're welcome. Davor, how many more streams you think until you beat Fatherworld? Where's your confidence level at? I'm just curious. I am my Maupiti Island confidence level is extremely high. I guess I would say I have maybe the tiniest thread of doubt. Just because twice already I've been like, I really want to finish it tonight. And like the first time I said that, nowhere near. I said it last week. We got so close, but we didn't make it. So like, it's hard to be 100% confident, but like we're really, really close now. So I'm like 99.9% positive we'll be able to wrap it up on Tuesday. So the town I used to live in did have a tornado rip through it. Very precise damage, like a giant lawnmower cut through town. Yeah, like I feel like part of the reason we lucked out is like, it definitely felt like there was a path, a pretty clear path of the tornado, and we were like just outside it, like not by a lot. And I also feel like we were lucky in that we had a storm not long ago that did some tree damage, and we had all our big trees fixed up as a result of that, just to make sure, if we had another big storm that, we wouldn't have too much more coming down, and I feel like that helped a little bit. Davor says, wifey says 5,000. Is that 5,000 hours until you finish Fatherworld? 2 or 3 streams? Nice. I think that sounds doable. Totally. Maple Mystery, great to see you. Just lurking and working. Nice. Hope you're doing well. Trees aren't treat. Yeah. There is like the tree that got the most damage in that last storm, a lot got trimmed off of it, and it kind of bums me out how lopsided it is now. Oh well, better than having things fall on our house, I suppose. TF4 says, quote, totally, quote, doable. What other self-described game dev have I heard this? Tree next door isn't looking so hot. I wonder if the city's going to cut it down since it's technically the city's tree where it is. Yeah. I'm really curious. Like, we talked to some neighbors that were kind of pissed that, like, they've been trying to get the city to trim their trees, that are along the street in front of their house or next to their house for, like, years now. And, of course, they never did it. And then large parts of those trees fell on their property and did some damage. Just frustrating. Hopefully they'll be a little bit more thorough now. Very excited for next game, which is kind of prequel to Link's Awakening. Which game is that? I really enjoyed the only version of Link's Awakening that I played is the remake. But I really enjoyed that. I love the art style, and just like the game itself is just really fun. I enjoyed that a lot, so I'm super excited for the new Zelda game that uses the same art style. Ever since that came out and I finished it, I was like, man, they really need to make more games just in this style. The frog for whom the bell tolls? What? Edenway says, about 20 years ago, there was a heavy wet snow in June in Montana. Most of the tree's leaves had come out. That destroyed a lot of leaves. One tree ended up landing through a friend's mobile home. What a way to wake up with a tree in your kitchen. Oh, gosh. Yeah. It's terrible. Link's Awakening is my favorite Zelda game. I think that is extremely reasonable. Forgot how strange it is. Yeah. Enjoy the remake of Link's Awakening, plus more buttons to use secondary items. Yeah. Probably easier than using the original Game Boy version. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, I gotta apparently Google the frog for whom the bell tolls. Interesting. Alright. I'm liking the cover art here. Game Boy video game released in 1992 exclusively in Japan. The game name is based on the novel For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway. The game features a typical save the princess story, though it's interesting because you're trying to save the princess before your rival kingdom does. The one who saves the princess is expected to be the more favorable one among the kingdom where the princess hails. Interesting. That sounds great. Well, I will look forward to watching you play it then. Goemon Sama says, the frog for whom the bell tolls has a wonderful theme tune, which makes a little cameo in Link's Awakening. Nice. Oh no, my app is misbehaving. How dare it? How dare this unfinished app with a bunch of bugs I haven't had time to fix misbehave? Don't think it got translated till fairly recently, if I remember right. Or at least that's when I finally stumbled across it. Makes sense. I love that it's so much easier for fan translations to exist now than it used to be. Which I suppose the biggest thing we have to thank there is emulators. Hooray for emulators. They're very cool. Okay, what's next? Ground, yes. I had decided to do the ground, and then I just forgot about it for a little while. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some burnt sienna. I'm going to mix in a little of that transparent mixing white that I got, so that hopefully I can get a ground tone that's not quite as opaque as what we had last time. And then I'll put like a thinner layer of it, because I really want the ground to be like, you know, what I got down last time, you know, this was just meant as a base layer, but like it just came out, well, first of all, like the brush strokes are a mess, but also like it just, you know, it's a very flat color overall, aside from my sloppiness. But I want a lot of gradient, and like I want a lot of patches of grass in here. And, you know, the plan was to, you know, come back over it and put some of that in, but I think I want to like slowly build that up instead of starting with this flat color and then building on top of that. Like, I think that's going to be the better way to do it. So let's try to mix a slightly transparent darker brown here. The transparent white isn't really making the other colors transparent, is it? I was not under the impression that was how it worked. No. I mean, ideally, I would have more transparent colors. Like a transparent brown would be great. I think that when I start to do the final painting, I will definitely buy some more colors. I'm just working with what I got right now. You know, I picked up the transparent white specifically for the wash. But I feel like, you know, if I use that to lighten up this color, then it'll also give it a tiny bit more transparency than it already has. So it's not perfect, but... just working with what I currently have available. Probably a translucent green. Oh, the phthalo green is actually transparent. Okay, that actually makes sense with now that I think about how it was going down. Yeah. Oh, and the hooker's green is translucent also. Interesting. I guess now that I'm like thinking about it, those both make sense. Like with the jacket, I was thinking I was just not putting enough paint on there, but I also, you know, I wanted to layer it. But yeah, it definitely had a little transparency to it as well. Okay. So yeah, so those I think are fine. Just I want a translucent brown probably. How's the confidence level on piece number 2 feeling? I'm pretty happy with how things are going. You know, this is definitely just another experimental piece, but I'm feeling good enough about this one that I'm actually considering starting at least an attempt at a final painting next time. We'll see. I also think it might be worth spending a little more time on this in doing some of the detail work that I skipped on the first test, just to get a feel for that and get used to, you know, how I want to do that. I guess my main thought is maybe, you know, if I just work full size, I can, just kind of figure that out as I go. I can start in less important areas. And then, maybe if I get lucky, I'll have a finished full-size painting that I'm happy with in the end. I'm not sure if that makes the most sense or not. But we'll see how far along I am at the end of today. I also might end up doing a little bit tomorrow off stream if I feel like it. Puzzle says, fan translations really make my heart so happy because it lets me experience things I normally never could. Yeah, exactly. I'm still shocked. I can never remember. Is it Live Alive? Or I feel like it's not. I feel like that's not it. Anyways, y'all get the idea. Finally got an official translation after all these years because I love the game so much and now more people are likely to find it. Yeah, that's always great. It's always nice when something you enjoy a lot gets broader exposure. Always more learning in art. Yes, definitely. Unsecret Crush said, kind of think last week I was Googling paint stuff and the difference between transparent white and titanium white was explained as titanium white will make a more muted pastel while transparent white brightens the hue while lightening it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Just do a painting a day, and within a year, you should have a good version. There you go. That's how I've always pronounced it, so we can both be wrong in that case. Great. Like, I feel like I remember hearing it pronounced in a, official video at some point, and I don't remember how they pronounced it in that. Hello, Dronon. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Dave says, need to be getting to bed. Want to say hi and happy painting. Big day tomorrow. Wifey's birthday. Oh, nice. I hope y'all have a great day. And happy birthday to her. And thanks for stopping by. Hope you sleep well. Unsecret Crush says very helpfully, I thought it was live a live. Is that what you're trying to type out? Because to me, that's how I read what you wrote for some reason. Is it still Gemini season? I don't know. I know the cutoff is sometime around here. And then it'll be Cancer towards the end of the month if it's not already. No, live a live. Mrs. Deavor goes by Digger Mousy on Twitch. Okay. Ground. Right, we're mixing ground. Let's use that palette knife I bought. My slightly rounder palette knife. Here's what I was using last week. I felt like because of the design of this palette, since everything is recessed, like, I kind of got to stick it in at an angle, and I felt like I was poking the paper. It's got a thing like this, but because it's long and skinny, like I couldn't really use it flat. So I felt like something a little wider and roundier and shorter might work out better. And I think I was right. It already feels a little bit better. Not by a lot, but definitely a little. Let's get some water. like a cheese spreader. I mean, that's fine. It does seem like it's not a typical shape for a palette knife for some reason. Because the only one I could find shaped like this was in this set of 5. Lots of other shapes available individually. But they were all much pointier. I guess I want a bigger brush for this. This probably isn't enough paint either. But we'll deal with it as we go, I guess. I do feel like... Oh no, I just got paint on the mic arm. One moment. It's just a little bit, it's fine. All better. Trona says, whatever tool works. I used a fine squirrel hair brush to pollinate some pepper plant flowers. Interesting. Okay, let's get some more water in here. Thin this out in various ways. Okay. I really wish I had more empty space on this palette. Like this purple and this I just spread around a little too much. You know, obviously I could get a new sheet or rinse this off or whatever, but like I want to keep these colors. For now, at least. I don't want to waste the paint. Trying to rearrange things here so what I'm actually doing can be more on camera. Thank you for the follow. Nice to have you here. I think I want a smaller brush to get in some of these edges here. It's still like, you know, a little patchy like my first attempt, but at least the brush strokes are more in a consistent, slightly more consistent direction. Line. There's just a diagonal line here that I don't understand it. I'm not sure it's supposed to be there. Hello, Robot's friend. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Excuse me. Getting there. Whoa. Also bumping into the microphone. I was wondering why I'm using this big brush for tiny details, but yeah, it's fine. These edges don't need to be perfect. Hey, guess what? My foot's falling asleep again. Oh no. I've been trying really carefully to not put my hand in wet paint. But it happened. Ooh. I almost did it again. Alternatively, you could paint the mic boom arm all the same color. That is true. I think I like it black though. Okay, I think that's most of the brown we were after. I think I'm going to add a little more brown to the tree here, especially now that I have a darker brown. Now I want a thinner brush. This is too big for this. Also, I should have rinsed off this other brush better. I thought I would come back to it, but then I didn't. Good night, 6-7. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. So excited for Maupiti Island next week. Oh yeah, speaking of Maupiti Island, I don't know if anybody noticed, but we have a new emote. Got a little animated mouse cursor now. That's from the Amiga version. And since I have lots of animated slots, that is available to all subscribers, as opposed to the old mouse emote I had to put in tier 2, which is basically just me. Because I have a lot more animated slots. At some point, Twitch gave everybody a ton of additional animated slots, but didn't change the non-animated slots. I guess you could put a static GIF in an animated slot, but I don't know, it seems like a waste. Do you think you have pretty much everything figured out with Maupiti Island now? No. If I did, then we would have finished it on Tuesday. But I think we're close enough that we can get there next week. I have some plans in mind for how to figure out. So Dronon said that I got 18 out of 19 one of the last times I took the quiz. So I kind of have a plan in mind for how to narrow down the one I got wrong, and then from there we'll kind of figure out, what we could do to figure out what is actually incorrect. I think we'll probably spend a lot of time just talking things over at the beginning of the stream, and then we'll just kind of go from there. It might potentially be tricky. It's also possible we could just end up doing the quiz a bunch until I finally figure it out. I don't know. We'll see. I want to do what I can to do real investigation, but I do kind of wonder if it's more just about trying to correctly piece together the information we do have. So. But it's also possible, kind of refreshing our memory on certain topics might help us get there. I have a teeny tiniest bit of concern that we'll just happen to get lucky and figure it out very quickly. And that'll, I don't know, maybe feel a little disappointing just to end a stream and finish it, or just to, end the game very early in stream and without a lot of effort in that particular stream. But realistically, I know that's never going to happen. It will take work. The game would never allow us to get off so easily. Jordan says, I did more editing of the guide. It's like writing fiction, never quite happy with little details. I'll say une souris. It's a mouse? Is that like a saying? Once you have it all figured out, you start speedrunning the game. We have talked about that. I am going to do a speedrun. I'm not sure when we'll work that in. The plan is to finish the game, and then we'll check out the Amiga version at a leisurely pace and just kind of, I don't know, have a discussion about the game, I guess, as much as I'm able to, and just kind of appreciate it and talk about its strengths and weaknesses and stuff like that. Hopefully finds some things I missed if Dronon happens to be around when we do that. And then, yeah, I don't know when we'll do speedrun attempts, but I would like to do that, especially while it's still fresh in my head. I don't think I'll spend a ton of time on stream doing that, but I think it'd be fun to make a decent attempt and see what kind of time we get, especially since there are no speedruns, at least on speedrun.com. John says, I have a whole section of the guide explaining the game's story as I see it. Nice. I'll be very curious to read all that guide, honestly. I suppose even if you're not able to make that Amiga stream for any reason, hopefully I can at least get your guide so we can have a look over that on stream. That would be great to talk about, I think. There are a number of subtle hints and clues in Maupiti Island, like how one can really dig into the minutiae of Obra Dinn. I mean, it's a little bit tricky for me to judge that at this point because, like, I don't know what might be things I missed versus, you know, things that are just not there. I feel like also, yeah, I guess also now that I think about it, like with Obra Dinn, I guess I also don't know if there may be things I missed. Definitely towards the end, I felt like I had to do more guessing in Obra Dinn. And I kind of felt like that was intended and expected just because of the overall game design. But it's possible I was wrong about that. I do feel like with Maupiti Island, it's expected to do more piecing things together kind of outside of the game. Like you have to do more to fill in gaps is the impression I get. But again, you know, maybe there's some details there I just haven't quite dug up. I do kind of wish there was a little bit more to help me piece things together, but I guess I kind of enjoy that, like, it's not all there. So I'm sure it was very tricky for them to find the right balance. Okay, am I finally done cleaning these brushes? I think they're all right. Okay, what was I going to do next? All right, the tree. I wanted a smaller brush for the tree. Whisper the guide link to Unsecret Crush the moment you finish it. Nice. Fantastic. Ground color brings back fond memories of my family's summer cottage. Nice. Eventually we'll get some grass in different areas. I haven't really figured out exactly what is grassy and what's not, I guess. I know we have a dirt path leading up to the house with grass around that path. And then in the game at least. I guess it's kind of hard to, like, you gotta kind of imagine a little bit, but the way I see the patterns in the game around the bus stop, like it's dirt directly around the bus stop, but like in the distance some grass kind of fades in, and then kind of outside the area you can see in the foreground. I've always imagined the grass there as well, and then there's kind of some little tufts around the edges of the bus stop. So yeah, just kind of filling in the rest of this. It's just going to be a thing I figure out as I go, I suppose. Which I guess is maybe another good reason to continue with this painting. Like, I think I can work out those details. And if I'm not quite happy with it, then I'll know how to fix it next time. All right, what's next? I think it'd be good to get some flesh tones in, maybe. Seems like a good idea. Looks like the soil in Acton, California. Interesting. Good to see you, Culinary. It's podcast time. I feel like we've got a few different browns in one here. I'm trying to get around the edges here. I think what happened, now that I'm thinking about it, is I think I was starting to mix to do like some shadows, some skin tone shadows or something. I don't know. A lot of this is darker than I want it, is just the main thing. But around the edges is the color I want. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Head to bed here. You all have a good evening. You too, Trona. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you sleep well. I keep bumping into the microphone. I have it up higher to try to keep it out of the way, but it's also in a different spot than I'm used to. Now that I have a bunch of paint on my brush, I've realized this is not the best brush for what I'm painting here. Well, I can do some of it. I need something that's a little finer for this. I kind of feel like I need to just accept that I'm going to lose a lot of the details of the face. Of the drawing underneath, I mean. I would like to keep some amount of like the chin line would be nice to keep in there, just so I know where that's supposed to go. Obviously, her hair is not going to be skin color, but I think since she has blonde hair, I think this is a perfectly fine base tone to start with. Okay, now I need a thinner brush. I should really play a video game this weekend. It's been a long time since I spent even a little bit of time playing a video game. Oh, actually, I just remembered. I need to play the Crimson Diamond this weekend is what I need to do. Which is perfect. Okay, got my tiny little flat brush now, which I think is, I hope it's the right choice. Hello, Hinton. Welcome back from the shops. I am still making art, allegedly. Let's see. Let's compare with our previous attempts side by side now that I've done almost the same amount. It is certainly bigger. I feel like it is also better. In relatively subtle ways for the most part, but we're getting there. I feel like this is a much better point to continue on from than this was, even though the differences aren't huge. And I actually like the way the tree came out, like much more, it feels much more in the background, which is nice. Colinair, hello, good to see you. Do I do a lot of painting? No, basically none. I don't remember the last time I painted. I do feel like I have enough experience in like different types of art that I'm able to, you know, bring a lot of that into this process. And, you know, I have some familiar, you know, even though I haven't painted in a long time, I'm kind of like, you know, familiar with paint mixing concepts and stuff like that. So like a lot of the stuff that I'm not familiar with is just kind of like the, you know, the physical like work of it, I guess is the best way I can think of to describe it. Like, you know, making the brush strokes and stuff like that. You know, I do a lot more like digital art. So like, like digital art, there's a lot you can do to like you know, even if you want some kind of like brush strokes or texture to what you're doing, like it's a lot easier to get that in a way that doesn't require you to like think and plan as much. But I feel like I'm getting hang of it. I mean, you know, the smaller painting I had there, I did that last week, and that was like the first painting I'd done in many years. I had no idea what I was doing at that point, but I already feel like this. I just have a lot more confidence in my process now, so I think we'll get there. When I initially decided to do this, I didn't really know if it would work out. I just kind of figured we'd try it and see how it goes, and you know, if I had to give up and make something digitally, that would be all right. But I think I can pull this off. It's just a matter of practicing, and you know, the final piece will be a little bit bigger than this, which will you know, help me work out all the details without having to struggle too much to get everything just perfect. I've seen you do painting at least twice. Yes, that is correct. Undo is nice, indeed. Which of the great painters do you think would have gone digital if they had the choice? That's a great question. I don't know. I don't think I know enough about any like famous painters. I feel like probably their personality would affect that quite a bit. Did the sound just mute just for you? I don't think it's muted for anyone else. So it might just be you. You can't hear me say this if it's still muted, but none of them, it's a different art. Yeah, sure. I mean, that doesn't mean that, you know, if they were alive in this time period, they wouldn't have, you know, considered it. You know, ultimately, you know, even today, if people want to paint, they're going to paint. But I guess it's kind of interesting to think about, you know, the availability of different mediums can certainly affect what you end up focusing on. All right, what are we doing now? I might do a little shadow on the face and hands now, which I think is gonna be my first attempt at using one of the round brushes. Like we know Warhol was into amigos. Probably Picasso. That crossed my mind. Get some of the paint off my hands here. What Da Vinci have gone all in? Would that be wood? Is that supposed to be wood? Would Da Vinci have gone all in for DOS? Maybe. I'm trying to decide which of these. Definitely not the bigger ones. I'll rule those out. Oh, is that a flat one actually? It looks a little flat. I have these. So this one in the middle just has a really fine point to it. I think I'm going to go for this one. This one feels like it's kind of in the middle. I don't want too fine a point, but I also want to experiment a little bit with detail here. Would. Thank you for clarifying. Da Vinci, but would have created his own stylus and software. That makes sense. Did I clean that off? I think I did. Alright. It's so tiny. Alright. So I think we just use the same... oh, actually, no. I can use this darker brown on the palette here. It's more in the middle. That's perfect. I was thinking I might just use this, but that's too dark for shadows. Okay. This has charcoal all over the back, but I need some kind of reference. I'll just place it there. Just to remind myself of where all the lines are supposed to go. This is a little slightly more nerve-wracking than most of the stuff I've done here. Faces are tricky, and I want the face to come out just right. And also, like, I already figured out where all the, you know, details of her face are supposed to be, but now I don't have those lines. Zoom in here. DaVinci created that video editing software, so he must have at least liked digital. That's true. And a fine piece of software it is. I forget the name of your childhood game studio. Microsoft? Mikey Soft? It was Mike's Games. M-Y-K-E. Connor got very close. It's not quite right, but it's not terrible, and I can definitely fix things. I definitely feel like this is still hard to get the level of detail that I'm gonna want in, particularly in her face and in Brisket's face. Like, you know, I don't necessarily need thin lines like I've drawn here, but I want ideally about that much detail, you know, like her eyes, for example, you know, and I want to get the white of her eye and the pupil and everything, and you know, the details of the nose and mouth. Like, you know, I want a solid block for those areas that, you know, has that shape to it. And I don't know, it's tricky to get there with this. I don't know if that's practice or if this is still too big of a brush. You know, like I said, the final is going to be bigger than this, so that'll help. But Beaverman Studios. It's starting to blend in with the background a little more than I would like. Let's see if we can fix that a little. Use some of this darker brown. Excuse me. Oh, Jesus, almost one, huh? I still haven't taken a real break. Excuse me, hiccups. How big will the final be? So my original plan was this big. Whoop. Was this big. But I think this is maybe too large. I would love to work this big in terms of like the amount of detail I would be able to put in. But I'm worried this is just like, you know, filling in the larger areas is going to feel very tedious. You know, a bigger brush could potentially solve that. And I might end up doing it this big, depending on how I feel after I, you know, spend more time on this. But My current plan has been around this big, so that's like 1.5 times what I'm currently working at. I definitely feel like after working on this, like this feels like a doable minimum size to get the detail I want in. If I want a little bit larger, then I could really get the details perfect, which is kind of tempting. But again, I don't know. I really like the big areas, like the sky. Might come out better at this size. It's kind of hard to tell. But hopefully, I will eventually be more confident of that. Thank you, Kyle. I think the problem I'm having is that even with a pretty fine point on this brush, I feel like I need to kind of in order to get enough paint on the canvas, I need to push down harder, and it just kind of fans out the bristles, so I get a thicker line that I'm trying to do. I'm not sure if there's something I could do differently to address that. Like if I get too much paint on the brush, then it's just gonna kind of, I won't be able to control it as well. Trying to figure out what it is about the position of things on her face that is bothering me. I think this whole bottom area is stretched out too much. The nose got up a little too high, the mouth maybe a little bit as well. I mean, it's not way off, it still looks it still looks like a face. It's just things aren't quite where I want them. You make a line art version of the art for the community to have coloring competition. I mean, I have a line art version. If you would like me to share it online, I can certainly do that. I'll post it on Discord later. Only if we can have a coloring competition? Okay, that's fine. Would you like me to judge the coloring competition, or we should maybe we should have Unsecret Crush judge it, since she's a little more impartial? Does that seem fair? I guess if she wants to participate, that might complicate things. We could... I'm not sure what other options we could have. Hinton wants to have a coloring competition, so I post the line art online, and then whoever would like to participate can color it however they like. And then in order to make it a competition, someone has to judge it, right? And I could do it, but I don't know. I thought maybe I'm not impartial enough because, you know, obviously I've picked a color palette that I like. I really need to keep a version of the art nearby. We could get one of those psychic animals to pick a winner. Excuse me? What? Don't mind if the judge also competes. What could go wrong? Okay. Unsecret Crush says that sounds fun. I want to play. Okay. Head cam? Oh, did I put my head in the camera? Sorry. Just have a horse be the judge? Got it. Got it. That sounds fair. Sounds fair to everyone. Maybe I should experiment with the other brushes I have here. Let's see, does this tell me? Okay, that says 2/0. And then where'd I put the rest of them? So the round brushes are 3/0, 2/0. Okay, so I think 3/0 is going to be the finest. Yeah. Just want to make sure I'm using the one that's supposed to have the finest tip. Oh, that's the one that's still in there. There it is. Okay. Interesting. I would not have guessed that one. There's one that just, like, it's not necessarily the thinnest base, but the tip of it just comes to a pretty good point. I guess that's a 1. Horses can count. I'm sure they can also judge things. That makes sense. Thinking about getting ready for bed. Did you ever take a break? No, I was just saying that. I've not taken a break. I should do that now. Before I start using this new brush. I'm just going to clean this one I have here. And then I'll go do a big stretch and get a beverage and maybe a small snack. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Certainly no more than 10 minutes. Let's see, zoom out, and then I'm just going to mute my mic. So if anyone comes by, they can see what I'm working on here. So I'll see you in a bit. An artist never sleeps. Sadly, that seems to be somewhat correct in my case. I did not fall asleep. Sorry if I took longer than I said I would. I was just talking to Unsecret Crush for a little bit. Okay. What now? I guess could do some jacket shadows. I guess I'm inclined to focus on our main character here and kind of put more detail into her, just to kind of get more of a feel for that part of the work. Hello, Salt Ranger. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. It is a good amount. It's a very good amount. Oh, you missed my departure and you were on break yourself. I get it. I won't tell you what happened. I'm so sorry. I will probably finally get around to making a BRB screen that shows my painting work right around the time that I am done painting. I keep thinking about it and just haven't had the time. So I'm going to try some of this phthalo green as a shadow color on her jacket. I think it'll work out well. I do feel like I want more translucent colors to work with. Is this? Okay. So my purple is also opaque. It might be nice to have a more translucent purple. But definitely a translucent brown seems like it would be nice to work with. Hand-painted painting BRB screen. That's a good idea. Okay. I really need like a... I need a thing that will hold this up. I don't have anything to accomplish this with. I guess I could put it over my iPad here. I don't really... My iPad has some things that are occasionally nice to glance over and see, but not really essential when I'm streaming. Okay, so now I can look at that and see like where I, was thinking about putting shadows and where I, drew details that I can no longer see in the painting and stuff like that. Another thing I'm struggling with a tiny bit is like this light. It's good to have light, but it's like giving me a little bit of a shine that is sometimes in the way. I guess if I had something to hold this at an angle, it might be nice. Oh wait, did I? Oh, I didn't use the I didn't use the other brush I got out. That's fine. It's less of an issue for this. I just wanted to experiment with it. Sorry, I'm just hearing... I don't know what Antigua Crush is doing, but it's making noises that I am confused by. A little too wet. It's looking like a face? Yeah, it's getting there. Starting to look like something. I'm realizing now I should have put more shadow on this hand because it's pretty much fully in shadow. And that's okay. Hello, Game Dev Jeff. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I guess I could put a little more. This is the same color I used for the tree. I keep calling these trees bushes, but I think if I put a little bit more on there, I can kind of darken up the side that's in shadow. It's very subtle, but a little bit more dimension to him. Thank you, Xenolon. Hope you're doing well. Nope. I almost rinsed my brush in the clean water. Don't want to do that. Well, what now? Maybe I'll mix myself a slightly lighter gray here. Whoa. I'm going to take some of this gray I already have and add a little of this transparent mixing white to get a good gray for shadows on her shirt and on Brisket. I think mostly I just want to continue putting more shadows in here, and the more I think about it, it'd be nice to like feel like I've fully worked out the basic values of everything in this painting, and then I can decide if there's anything I want to change before I move on to a different version. Like I started figuring out shading here, but then I kind of stopped. And, you know, doing it in color is also a little bit different, of course. And I can start to put some highlights in as well, to get an idea what that stuff's going to look like. There might not be enough gray here, actually, but let's see what we can do. What's the best way to mix this? I do feel like for mixing a small quantity of something, feels a lot easier to do it with a brush. Oh, I missed a comment from Game Dev Jeff. Doing well, just testing a Commodore 64 version of the Zen of kayaking. Commodore 64 is not quite as fast as the PC. Interesting. Is there a particular reason you are doing a Commodore 64 version? I mean, since it's a inform game, you could do a huge number of platforms. Speaking of which, I might... I was thinking about doing this at the beginning of stream, but maybe I'll save it for the end of stream. I bought... a while back we were talking about my kind of fantasy idea of doing a boxed version of this game. I mean, I'm making box art for it, so like at the very least I'm going to do a little mock-up for my own enjoyment, you know, that I make by hand. Like absolute bare minimum I'll do that. But, you know, I've also kind of wondered, you know, what if I got a bunch of these made up? You know, which could be anywhere from, you know, 5 to whatever number I think people would be interested in purchasing, which probably isn't very high. But, you know, it seems like a thing that could possibly be done. So I was kind of looking into that a little bit, and I was also thinking about, like, there's some existing companies that, you know, kind of do stuff like that. Like Polyplay is one I've been aware of that does box copies of a bunch of different stuff, and like they support just a huge number of platforms, which is kind of like incredible to me. But I wanted to see what their actual, you know, finished products look like. So I picked one up that I had kind of had my eye on. There were a couple text adventure games that I was kind of interested in. And one of the many platforms they support is Macintosh, you know, for the original Macintoshes with Motorola 68K processors. Those very early models. So I now have a copy of... I can't find the box. I think it's called The Ghosts of Blackwood Manor. Something like that. It's a text adventure game that should run on my Mac Plus in the other room. Unfortunately, I don't have a working disk drive for it right now. But I can figure that out eventually, I'm sure. But yeah, I just wanted to pick up a copy of that and see what it's like. Would buy a box copy. I'm invested. Nice. Good to know. Yeah, like I talked a little bit at one point, you know, I could potentially do a Kickstarter and just like see how much interest there is. You just like set the Kickstarter amount for like the bare minimum I would need to actually do like a small you know, print run of boxes and stuff. So I don't know, it would take a lot of planning in order to be able to do that. But I'm definitely thinking about it. I think it'd be, I would love to have a like professionally printed box, if nothing else. So I'm looking into options. Game Dev Jeff says, why Commodore 64? Indeed, power users are free to take the Z3 file and run it on any platform with the available interpreters, but we figured providing a pre-packaged Commodore 64 version might interest those who snub DOS games, but are otherwise interested in checking it out. Making the Commodore 64 version with a tool called Osmu requires jumping through a few hoops. Interesting. It's kind of, I guess I'm just trying to imagine a person who, you know, would be interested in such a game, but would just not want to play it on DOS, but would be cool with playing it on a Commodore 64. I mean, I kind of get it, because, like, you know, I would love to play any given, like, retro game on a Mac. But I also, you know, would not be so stubborn as to refuse to only play it on a Mac. But certainly I understand that some people have stronger opinions than me. Culinary says, I feel like the true retro feel of game box art comes from it looking nothing like the game. Well, I've got a strong advantage there, since the box art will be in color and the game will not. I had a feeling you were doing this with some machine code transformation. Okay. Right, I was mixing paint, and now I'm ready to use the paint, I think. I think I got a nice gray going on here for some shadows on things that are meant to be whitish. Okay, that's good enough. Geez, I have so many brushes here. Well, I guess I'll go with a pretty fine brush. Because I don't really have any big areas to deal with here. Oops. Oh, interesting. I guess there was some darker underneath it I didn't mix in as well as I thought. Scary part is that there may not be a one-to-one mapping between one instruction set and another, and you have to use heuristics. I can tell already this is not as... well, I guess ultimately it's too gray, and it's not very translucent since I just mixed in a tiny bit of white. I think I'm going to not worry about it and just continue, but I definitely would do this differently a second time around. Game Dev Jeff says, that's the selling point of Infocom Z Machine. Once you target your game to it, every game you make runs it on the same interpreter for that platform. Yeah. Oops. That's not a great view. That's not perfect, but it's not too bad. I wouldn't say it's really equivalent to Java. I mean, it's, you know, you have a native interpreter for each platform. It's just that the inform code is, you know, it's more of a scripting language. And then the interpreter is what actually runs on each platform and interprets the script. Disclaimer, I probably don't understand these things as well as y'all do. But I am pretty familiar with Inform. Shambling Undead, hello, hello. Welcome, y'all. Thank you so much for coming by. Great to see you again. Ackerman71, hello, welcome. Garden Life. Oh, you beat Mission Asteroid, nice. I saw you were playing that. I have not ever played that one myself. But I hope y'all had a great stream. Pandarf, Banananos, welcome, welcome. Kenji Sapphire. That was Roberta, yes. That was Roberta in my little raid message greeting from King's Quest 4. All my alerts are based on various Sierra games, mostly like death screens, but some of them are different. Like we also have some stuff from King's Quest 6 that's just like little dialogue boxes. But welcome, y'all. I'm Robot Spacer. I'm working on a painting here. I recently made a game on stream, which... Oh, I actually have a button for this now. It's called Transfer Point. And if you follow the first link there, there's a page with a little preview for it. Talks a little bit about it and has some screenshots. It's also the game you can see right here. It's an old Macintosh game, but it's new. And I'm going to be releasing that soon, and I wanted to also create a box art cover that would have like kind of a 80s feel to it. So, you know, of that era to go along with the game. And I thought it'd be a fun excuse to try something new. It was a pretty satisfying one, I'm not going to lie. Nice. Glad to hear it. Sierra games are 80% death screens. I think that's accurate. Thank you. I've been super happy with it. So... Oh. My setup is a little complicated here. This is what we did last week, a little bit smaller. And I decided I learned enough from doing this that I wanted to just start over. So I did like a light purple wash under the whole thing this time. And I just... I feel like I've gotten a little more comfortable with like my brush strokes and stuff, so I was able to improve on all that, and now I'm starting to get into more detailed shadows and stuff like that. There, you can see it a little bit better there. So I got a little bit of shadow on the face and the jacket and stuff that we didn't do on the first one. Love the classic black and white graphics on the Mac. Me too. I grew up with a Mac. My dad brought one home when I was like 10. It was, I guess, the second model. So it had a little bit more RAM than the original, but otherwise very similar to it. And I've been using Macs ever since. And we had a black and white Mac for many, many years before we ever had one with color. It got to the point where I started having dreams that I had turned on our Mac one day and all of a sudden my games were in color, which was very funny. But yeah, I still have a lot of fondness for that graphical style and all the dithering and stuff like that. Loving the music in the back? Nice. This is Stream Beats. It's in particular a chiptune playlist. Let's see, I'm trying to find the button here. Music. There we go. And it's great because it's all like free to use, royalty free for like your Twitch streams or YouTube videos or whatever. And it's pretty decent. Like I enjoy listening to it. One heck of a dream, yeah. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way in real life, but we did eventually get a color Mac, and that was pretty exciting. Your dad was cool. Yeah, he was. He was very cool. He is very cool. Continues to be very cool. He's always been very supportive of my interests. I don't know if he got a Mac just because he wanted one, but he certainly let me use it a lot and learned to do all kinds of different things on it. And very, very glad he did that. Okay, we're doing some more shadows here on our cat. Used to have dreams I was playing a Nintendo 64 and would wake up with my hands in the weird shape of that controller. Oh god, that was such a weird controller. I never had a Nintendo 64 of my own. I played a friend's a little bit. Oh, I got my brush a little too wet. And I could never figure out how the hell you're supposed to hold that thing. Just trying to look at how I shaded this cat last time around. So this is just a second practice painting while I get a feel for things and work out various details. And I'm just going to kind of progressively get larger as I go. The final one will be a bit bigger than this so I can get more detail in. Three handles, definitely a curious design choice, but so iconic at the same time. Yeah, that's true. I assume the idea was that you would hold it differently depending on the particular game you were playing. But like, for me, this just kind of resulted in like, I never knew which was the right way. Maybe I would have got more used to it if I actually had one of my own, I don't know. Maybe not. Connor says there's no good way to hold it. If you hold the left and right, you can't press Z. Oh, right. If you hold left and center, you can't press right bumper. If you hold center and right, you can't press left bumper. That's wild. Not designed for humans. I've club thumb, so the placement of the joystick underneath the middle handle was perfect for me. Interesting. This is acrylics. At a variety of different paints here. It was recommended as a good type of paint to use for beginners, and I definitely found it pretty easy to work with overall. Dries pretty quickly, which is nice. Most of the time. Sometimes it dries a little too quickly, which can be tricky. Like if you, you know, kind of weren't quite done with what you were working on, it could be an issue. But I think it's just a matter of getting used to it there. And it's easy to clean up, unlike, you know, oils. Above the middle handle. Ah, okay. Got it. Yeah, I don't think I've definitely used acrylics a little bit before. It's been like a very long time, but I don't think I've ever used oil. So like, I don't know, to me that just seems intimidating. Some people think they're good for beginners. I think because they dry more slowly. So it, you know, gives you more time to work, which can potentially be good. But yeah, it just seems a little complicated and all that to me. Yeah, it looks kind of like a cat, I guess. All right. Deciding what to do next here. Also, I've got this Stay Wet palette, which is great. Like I mixed most of these paints last week and they're still usable. This big purple blob is kind of too thin and dried out at this point, but the rest of it worked out great. But I'm also out of room on it, so I can't really mix any more paints without getting rid of what I have here, which is a problem. I could experiment with some highlights. That might be worth a shot. Could you mix on top of the colors you are done using? I mean, like even like the purple I think is the driest of the bunch, but I feel like it's not completely dry. So I would get a little bit of purple in whatever I was mixing. Depending on, you know, what I was going for, that might be okay, I suppose. Big in the palette, stay wet room. That is certainly an option, I suppose. What's the lore being portrayed here? So I can't give too much detail without spoiling some things in the game. But our main character here, she finds herself at this bus stop in the background, and beyond it is just kind of this dark void. In the game, it's described as being completely black, but just to make a more interesting box cover, we're making kind of a purpley situation. So she's kind of not sure how she got here. There's a house nearby, which is on the left side here, with lots of things to explore. She eventually finds this cat inside named Brisket. And also this little device in her hand is an email device for girls called the Lil Sweetie. It's got a little sassy mascot on it that helps you write your emails. And basically the goal of the game is to just kind of explore, understand why you are there and what has happened to you. Hopefully that answers your question well enough. Purple is the new black. Intrigued already, nice. I'm hoping, I'm gonna finish the painting, of course, before I release it. But the game is pretty much done. It's still got some folks testing it still and tweaking little things, but it's mostly ready to go. So hopefully in the next month or so, I'll be ready to release it. And it will require a Macintosh, but you'll also be able to play it in your web browser if you don't have a very old Macintosh computer. Use an airtight container, a Swedish dishcloth, and baking paper on top for a wet palette. I'm not good at painting, but I use it for painting polymer clay. Oh, interesting. That's nice. Yeah, like this is... I mean, it's kind of like a commercial product, like along the same lines. But I picked it up and I've been pretty happy with it. Okay. You know what? Just because I have some of it and it's translucent, I'm gonna actually try using this green, this phthalo green here, to do some shadows on her pants. I think that might work out well. And we'll see how I feel about it. Can I zoom in here? No, if I adjust. There we go. Looks like it probably works way better than my makeshift one. I'm sure it also costs more though. My paints stay wet for the session, but dry a lot from one session to the next. Okay, yeah. Like this, you know, I left it for a week and it everything was still pretty usable, so I'm pretty impressed with it. That looks pretty good. Falling asleep, so I'm closing the iPad. Nobody do any chat crimes. Okay. Knowing that, it sounds like something I might want to invest in if I started to paint clay or miniatures a lot more. Yeah, like, I can't remember exactly how much it was, but it wasn't super expensive. Definitely feels like a thing that's worthwhile if you do a lot of painting. Only chat professionally. That's good. Thank you for the scream. Thank you for waking me up. I hope you're doing well. I won't arrest you for your chat crime. Oh, no worries. It surprised me a little bit, but I'm kind of used to the scream sound at this point. Mostly, like, I hear it and I'm like, oh god, am I on the wrong scene? Am I doing something else wrong? Okay, I'm just gonna keep putting little lines in green. Why not? I kind of like the way it looks. And you know, since it's like a bluish green, it's good for like shadows that you want to look shadowy. Like, you know, cooler colors will kind of go into the background more, and warmer colors will come in the foreground more. How would you react if you heard the scream out in the world? That's a really good question. I think I would be terribly upset. And very, very confused. Pavlovian scream. I like the way this is starting to look. I like the way all of it's starting to look. I'm still not entirely sure how to get the, like, you know, fading into grass look that I want. Probably like start with like a gradient, like fade from brown to green, and then, you know, put some little like tufts of grass like this in places to add detail. I'm not going to worry about that tonight, though. Let's see, I wonder if this is big enough that I could get a little guy in the window here. Let me try. Let's see, should the guy be darker or lighter? I think lighter makes more sense. Kind of, you can't really tell what that is, but I think with a little bit of lighter color on top of him to make him stand out a little bit more, I could get enough detail in there to make it clear it's a person in the window. And definitely at a bigger size, I think I can pull it off so it's more obvious what's up there. Missed so much since my Saturdays got busy. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. I'm pretty happy with this. I feel like the biggest thing I still need to figure out is exactly what I'm going to do with the sky and the ground. I think I should definitely continue with this painting and work that out more. I think I will continue with this painting and work out as much of the uncertainty as I can. I'm not going to worry about getting all the details just right because that's not important in this test painting. But I will probably spend a little bit of time putting details in just to get used to that, because it's the thing I'm the most nervous about at this point. I'll spend the time to, try to draw her eyes in. I know they're not going to come out great, but it'll give me a chance to experiment with that. And add some highlights. Definitely one of the uncertainties is figuring out exactly where I want highlights and stuff. I definitely need highlights around, like her jacket, for example, to separate it from the background more. But yeah, I think this is pretty good. So I might work on this over the weekend, but I probably will just wait until next week to continue. Just because I'm trying to relax as much as I can this weekend. Had a pretty busy week and don't want to give myself more work to do. So yeah, I think we'll just continue with this next week, and then probably the week after that I will start on a bigger version. I'm just trying to think of what... I don't actually have canvas or boards for the final version, and I maybe am not ready to purchase them yet. I had some extra paint I wrapped up so I could potentially use it this weekend. But maybe I'll just toss it. It's not a big deal. Relax is good, yeah. I agree. Fred, this is true. But yeah, I think I'll stop there. Honestly, I could keep going, but it's 2 a.m. here. I should go to bed. I should at least try to go to bed. I should at least wind down so I can go to bed in like an hour or two. I need lots of wind down time after stream. I'll finish cleaning these off stream, but I just want to make sure they're mostly cleanish. Last week after stream was over, I used a little dish soap to clean them out real good. I know there's like specific soap for like cleaning brushes. Unsacred Crush didn't seem to think that was necessary, so I trusted her judgment on the matter. Oh no! Getselius, hello, welcome. I'm happy to see you. It's just I was working on wrapping up. I hope y'all had a great stream. Ooh, Final Fantasy XIV Online. Don't worry, we welcome all raiders with oh no. Yes. I think I said this already, but I hope you had a great stream. And if anyone's new here, hello, I'm Robot Spacer. I have been working on a game on stream, which you can follow those links if you would like to learn more about it. Specifically at robotspacer.software, you can get a little description and see some screenshots. This is also a screen of the game below me here. And now I am creating cover art for it. This is a little bit more detailed, black and white version of the art, and I'm just kind of getting used to painting. And I think we're getting there. Got a lot of work to do. This is just a test painting, but I'm learning a lot and feeling more confident. So I think I will eventually be able to do something that I am happy with, and that is looks how I wanted it to come out, which I was definitely not sure of when I started. So that feels pretty good. It was a good stream, yes, nice. Finished Final Fantasy VII Intergrade, so I grinded my quest in Final Fantasy XIV. Excellent. I haven't ever played 14 myself, but I have some friends that really enjoy it. Honestly, I try to generally avoid like ongoing online games, just because I know it's easy to spend a lot of time on them. Hope you can figure out the mystery of the infinite pockets in point-and-click adventure games. I don't think that will ever be solved. Thank you, Pixel Turkey. Good to see you. Efton said you can use shampoo if you want, but you don't really need the special soap. Got it. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I guess we'll switch over here. It's too bad you can't see my painting at all in this view, but you can see my little floating logo. So on Tuesday, I'm gonna finish Maupiti Island. I know I've said this at least twice before, but I mean it this time. We're very, very close, and I'm like 99.9% confident I can do it. It'll be my 30th stream of the game. I've spent 139 hours and 36 minutes playing it on stream. And this is going to finally be the day on Tuesday. So I'm very excited about that. You can do it. You deserve to win and play other games. Yes, I agree. I've enjoyed that game a lot, but I am excited to finally wrap it up. Thank you for hanging out, Boamont-sama, and F-Tom, and all of y'all. Kyle Nera says, you can do it. Thank you. When do we say things and mean them? When? This time. Tuesday. Gotta finish it so good it ripples back in time and it finishes all those previous times, too. That's an exciting thought. Let's find somebody to raid here. I feel very sideways, but this is just how my current setup is. The computer's more off to the side than normal. Let's see who's streaming here. I was kind of hoping for Maupiti Island Summer. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint. But we do still have the Amiga version to check out. So that it probably won't be the last stream. And I have committed to at least making a little bit of an attempt at speedrunning it. I definitely want to check out some other games, though. There's so many games that I would love to play. Let's see. We could check out Fractal My Mic doing some game dev stuff. Let's see. Cool Babe is playing backyard baseball. Neon Arcade's still working on Zone of the Enders, second runner. We've rated him a couple times recently, so I think we'll pick somebody else. What's the choices here? Let me just peek in a couple streams here and see what exactly is going on. Let's say hello to Fractal Mind Mike over at Fractal Mind Dev. Fractal Mind Mike is his main channel, but he does game dev stuff over at this channel we'll be rating here. He's been working on a series of games that are very much like Day of the Tentacle inspired. I think in both art and gameplay. If I understand correctly, he's making like a series of games to introduce various characters, and then he'll have a bigger game where they all kind of come together. I believe that is what he's described in the past. So, very exciting. And there's some raid messages if you would like to join the Robot Parade. Thank you all very much for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. I hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see you around. Bye.